introduce themselves. Just start with Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Natalie Scott. I'm in the Office of Revisor of Statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Altaf Uddin. I'm the new Chief Information Technology Officer for Kansas Legislative Branch.
Hello, my name is Devin, and I'm the broadcasting tech for today.
Gary Dieter, Secretary for the committee.
Hannah Rydell, Research.
James Fisher, I'm also with Research.
Thank you, guys. Welcome to the two new members. Hannah, look forward to working with you. We know we're going to work with Alaf. Well, committee, we'll go ahead and get started. The March meetings minutes will be emailed out to us to look at for approval, so we don't have those. So we'll start off with Jeff Maxim. Welcome back to the committee.
All right, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Jeff Maxson, Chief Information Technology Officer for the Executive Branch. So today we have a handful of agenda items, and so we'll go ahead and get started to try and keep us moving along. So today's agenda, we'll provide some updates for OITS and some executive branch updates on some of the things that are happening and going on across the executive branch. And then we have the quarterly reports from the KETO that we'll present on as well. And so I believe we're playing catch up, and I think we're going to discuss 3 quarters of KETO reporting. So with that, we'll go ahead and start with the OITS updates. So this past legislative session, House Bill 2574 was passed, and that removed some of the sunset provisions that were in Senate Bill 291 from, I think that's 3 years ago now. So, but with that, there were several charges for OITS and the KESO to the Kansas Information Security Office to start heading down. A handful of those also kind of restructured some of the language that existed in the Kansas Cybersecurity Act to create a little more balance in some of the authorities and responsibilities. So currently we're really focused with the Kansas Information Security Office focused on enterprise visibility across the executive branch so we can see what is occurring and what is happening. And so this ties into also the establishment of the 24/7 Security Operations Center, which was approved 2 years ago by legislature for both funding and resources to staff that. And so we are mostly staffed in there, and that facility is operating 24/7, but it is only as effective as the information we're pulling in from the agencies that we can monitor. So again, we have multiple agencies. We have almost 18,000 endpoints in terms of users across the executive branch, give or take, and then about 3,000 servers on top of that. So again, trying to pull that in and being able to monitor and assess that is imperative. And we've done that through a handful of tools that we've provided out by the security office, and I'll talk about a little bit those as well. But some of the key tools are endpoint detection response, which is basically modern antivirus. So this is how we can detect systems behaving weirdly, and we can contain them and provide remediation of those devices and working with the agencies. So that is one of our critical tools. And again, the EDR is important because it allows us real-time support and monitoring of those agency systems and be able to stop things as we see them so they don't have a chance to spread. So that is one of our critical tools. One of the other tools is an endpoint management tool, which allows us to help agencies patch devices, and you'll hear about some of the things we're doing specifically with that tool in closed session because of the capabilities that it provides for us to advance kind of what that looks like. But this allows us to provide aggregate reporting as well to the governor's office so we can keep track of where agencies are progressing or falling behind. That is not something we have been able to do in the past. We now have those capabilities too. And so again, we'll talk about some of the aggregate reporting as well in the executive session as it identifies things like vulnerabilities. One of the other key pieces of 2574 was the requirement to build a maturity program for agencies from a cybersecurity maturity level. So we have started that task. We'll really kick that into gear with the new calendar year as we are supposed to provide reporting to JCIT, Ways and Means, and Appropriations starting next year. So we're really going to kick that into high gear after the transition and starting into the next calendar year. So with that maturity program will also come the reporting and assessments of agencies. And again, developing that plan and that roadmap as required by 2574 will really pick up here in the next calendar year. But then that'll allow us to provide reporting to JCIT, appropriations, Ways and Means, and I think it was the Finance Committee as well was labeled in that as well. So that are some of the heavy lifts of 2574. Those are the things we're actively engaged in. But again, it is an overall maturity of trying to raise the state as a whole is really our key goal. And so we have made significant progress that we've never seen in the past couple years. So thank you to the support from the legislature and us enabling that. So a lot of good things happening because of that. Also, House Bill 2574 did modify the ITech membership. So I'll go into some updates on about ITech. Senate Bill 291 did require ITech to start meeting monthly as opposed to quarterly, and we have been doing that. House Bill 2574, and forgive me if I get the numbers mixed up, there's a lot of numbers going back and forth, did change the membership to add legislative members back onto ITech as voting members. So that started effective July 1, so that they're now involved in that governance process. So ITech does set governance for executive branch now as its focus. I believe 2574 also created similar committees for both legislature and judicial branches, but it is how we set enterprise governance across executive branch, and that does include the regents, universities, and institutions. So they do hold voting membership on ITech. So again, as I've shown in the past or spoke about in the past, is we've gone through a whole slew of security policy updates. We're getting ready to start back kind of the modification period of those security updates, but we're focusing in on some other areas now. So a couple of key areas, obviously AI, data policies, and architecture. So our architecture policies are needing to be updated. And again, that helps drive uniformity across the state, which is key to being able to advance more rapidly. So one of the key policies we recently passed was an artificial intelligence acceptable use policy. So again, we were one of the first states to set AI guardrails through an executive branch policy that I put forward, I believe in 2023. The AI acceptable use policy is now through ITech, so that pulls in the regents, universities into that fold from a policy perspective. And so some of the key points in the AI policy I just want to highlight is first and foremost, human in the loop. So any organization that is using AI is not the final determination on anything. It is not the final producer of anything. Humans have to review whatever is produced, whether that is using it for code generation, using it for a summarization of a report that is turned into some other summary that is shared amongst staff. The human is important, and ultimately no machine should be making final determinations on anything. Also, it is required that AI is cited. So anytime AI is being used, it is acknowledged that AI is being used in either the presentation or the building of whatever information. We have a requirement for contractors to disclose AI use, and also making sure that our information is not being used to train their AI models for their purposes. So it is only for state of Kansas function and purposes, and we retain all that intellectual property. Also, we have specific scope for any agency that is looking to use AI for a system that contains sensitive information, or will use AI for sensitive information. So we have specific requirements around that. One of our new areas we're diving into, this is something that has been a challenge for the state for decades, is around data governance. So anything with AI, you need to have good data to work with AI. If you have bad data, bad in, bad out. So we have to really start setting some principles and standards around our data. So we're working on data governance policies that start really identifying data ownership, the requirements for the data. So again, we don't want to hang on to data that we don't need. So we want to make sure we are tracking the ownership, the requirements around the data, the use of the data, what we're using it for, and then start setting standards across the executive branch. So for a simple example of some of the standards, how an agency will put in a phone number into a database, whether somebody uses the area code with parentheses or with a dash or just straight, the 10 digits of the phone number. We want to set standards around that. So anytime you have systems interacting, it's a lot easier to be able to do data information matches or validations if all your fields look the same across applications. Excuse me. So again, being able to set those standards across the executive branch will really help enable us become more efficient, more effective with the resources and the data we have. So those are some of the key policy areas we're going to be focusing on in the next couple months. All right. I also want to provide a brief update on the enterprise licensing platform. So again, this is a platform that we have sourced. It started out as one agency looking for a new licensing platform for professional licensure. We used the 3-year IT plan to see that multiple agencies had this kind of in their roadmap to get a new enterprise or a new licensing platform. So we kind of, for lack of better terms, partnered with the initial agency that was heading down the path to open up a larger contract for this enterprise licensing platform. So as of right now, we have 2 agencies that are live on that platform. Actually, I'll take that back, 3. KREC was the first agency to go live, and then the Board of Veterinary Examiners was the second agency. And last week, the Dental Board went live on the platform. So we have 3 agencies currently live on that platform. But then expanding on kind of building efficiencies and seeing that, you know, this platform mentality that if we have something that does a core function, multiple agencies can possibly leverage it. So recently, KDOL selected the same platform for their public safety inspections for their industrial safety program. So they saw that it was out there, we connected them. They started conversations back in February of this year. They'll be going live with the system estimated about December. So by using the platform, we shortened development times and implementation times. And so we have a very quick turnaround, and KDOL is actually evaluating some of the other pieces, some of their other programs that have to do with licensing as well to see if that's an applicable fit. So we can expand the use. We build a lot of expertise with the system, and we continue to drive down costs for the participants. So just a brief reminder, you'll see this in the quarterly reports. So for all this work, estimated $12 million to get all these agencies implemented onto this unified platform with the small annual license costs moving forward. So again, we're able to keep those costs at a relative minimum for those agencies. So the remainder of the ELP project, Board of Accountancy and the optometry examiners are scheduled to go live in February 2027. The hearing aid examiners also early 2027 as well. Again, as we kind of scope out timeframes, making sure our resources can stack out, we kind of align these projects in kind of phases. The Board of Tech Professions and the Board of Mortuary Arts are mid-2027, and the last 2 of our ELP project, as it was structured, as Behavioral Science Regulatory Board and the Real Estate Appraisal Board. So again, putting a large number of those enterprise or licensing bodies onto the enterprise platform. So a lot of good progress, modern system. It is allowing us to expand capabilities. So we're really excited to see what that continues to grow into moving forward. All right. So some of our efficiency efforts. So also, as Senate Bill 291 prescribed, OITS was required to put together a plan for broader IT integration and driving efficiency across the executive branch. And so we have continued on that work based on some of the feedback from that report. And I just want to highlight some of the work we have done based on some of the technology decisions we've made and some of the things around actually digging into what state spending looks like from the IT perspective. We've been able to drive some significant efficiencies and also highlight some of the things from like our enterprise EDR about how doing it from an enterprise perspective also saves the state money as well. So we took some extraordinary efforts with our efficiencies. We are fiscal year 27 is the second year of kind of the rate or the biennium. And so the rate setting, we actually lowered the rates mid biennium because we found efficiencies to the tune of 1.5 million annually for the agencies that we have reduced our rates that we're charging them. So again, that is an annual rate reduction. So that'll continue to apply. We're continuing to find efficiencies in ways we can to continue lowering those rates for agencies that we are charging them. So again, that is something based on choosing new technology solutions, migrating off of certain legacy platforms, and finding ways to better consolidate some of our contracts, things like that. So As part of that, we've also removed the wireless cost to agencies. So we are now kind of baking that, which that was an extra rate for agencies that wanted to leverage the wireless system. We've removed that because it's connectivity is synonymous with people need connectivity, whether it's wired or wireless. So we're kind of adjusting how we look at that wireless shouldn't be an add-on. It just needs to be provided. So we've removed that rate as well. Contract consolidation. So we went through one of the efforts with Cisco, which is our primary provider of networking equipment. And notice we had, don't remember the exact number, but we had probably half a dozen separate support agreements with them for various different purchases over the years. So we worked with them to basically collapse all that into what we call an enterprise agreement. And by doing that, we were able to create economies of scale with that. And we're projected to save about $2 million over the course of 3 years just by that simple activity. Now, keep in mind, this was just OITS support contracts. This did not include other agency contracts that they may have with Cisco. So there's additional opportunities for further efficiencies across the executive branch with that. So we're really excited. We're kind of doing that work with some other contracts we have and evaluating where some of those other opportunities might exist. Based on some of the other language statute that was passed this past legislative session, there was a piece that allows me to actually dig into agency spending for IT spend, so I can try and find those contracts that we can hone in on and try and build some enterprise agreements for certain software. So something like Adobe would be a prime example. Every agency needs to use Adobe. Every agency has kind of got their own agreements with Adobe. We can probably find some opportunities for some efficiency. So we're continuing to do that work. An example, again, like I said, of the enterprise security solutions that we've started procuring based on the appropriations for cyber. By us doing that for that EDR, we're about $750,000 annually we save the state by providing it individually versus each agency buying it out separately. And then same thing with that enterprise endpoint management, excuse me, we're about $300,000 annually, and we believe we're gonna get a little bit more with some other things we're working on as well. So again, some real opportunities for some cost savings we're finding. Now the contrary to some of the efficiencies. Yes, sir.
We have a question. Right, Representative
Thank you, Mr.
Turner.
Chair. Say, I remember in the Gartner study that was done, there was a lot
Yes,
of opportunity where there was duplicate,
Yes, sir.
agency doing something. So I think you're hinting to a lot of this. I just need a little bit more clarity.
Yep.
So the platform, you say 3 agencies are now using and others are coming, but can they opt into this? What is the platform?
Yep.
Or is it not going to be mandated that they,
Yeah.
that we combine and gain synergy on these things? So I'm just curious. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question, sir. So platform is really something, it's an IT solution focused on a specific function. So in this case, professional licensure or inspections, permitting is the core function of Excella, which is the enterprise licensing platform we selected. So there's some flexibility in that, but when we produce something that is a core function, we will go to the agency and say, we have something that meets this need, evaluate it, we can see to make sure it meets the need. If it doesn't, that's fine, but we have what we would consider like a fast path to a project versus you going out on your own and trying to start from scratch and try and go through the entire RFP process, build specifications. We're trying to provide opportunities. So some other similar type models would be like a case management system or a customer relationship management system where we can find these platforms that agencies becomes the fast pass and we can probably get better pricing, economies of scale. There is no mechanism to force agencies onto that platform. And we want to be careful with that because we want to make sure whatever solution they're using actually meets their needs. So we're not 2 or 3 years down there, though this didn't work out. So we try and make sure there's still a deliberate approach on what that looks like. But they do offer opportunities as we kind of change our mindset. So like I said, they also definitely compress the implementation schedule as well. So you're not 3 to 5 years on a large implementation project. Like the Department of Labor, an example, we're 8 to 10 months. So.
Thank you. So they have to be convinced of the benefits before they opt into it.
Yes, sir.
So good work. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yep, we can definitely do that. So. Yep. One of those I can highlight real quickly. We have an agency that kind of one of our lead examples of kind of use cases is obviously software development. It is a assistive tool. You don't want to do full development, but we've had an agency use 2 developers leveraging AI to modernize legacy code from 20 some years ago. They were able to do that in less than a year. If it was a team of developers not using AI, it probably would have taken them 2 to 2.5 years to modernize that code. They're able to get it done in like 8 to 10 months. So we're not having to do a huge capital expenditure, not having to do some of these other, projects. So there are some real opportunities for efficiencies with it. But we'll definitely get that report, sir.
Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the, it looks like 6 million, somewhere around in there. So we're not going to, that's not coming out of OITS. We're going to see that spread across all the agencies? Okay.
Sir. So thank you for the question, sir, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, that is our rate we're reducing that we're charging the others. So that is off budget,
Right.
fees we're charging. But again, that ultimately continues to lower the cost across executive branch. So anytime we can try and find those efficiencies, that reduces the rate as a collective across, and more people see the impact of that cost savings.
Sure. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jeff, thank you so far with the presentation. And since we're on to questions and on the efficiency efforts here, I've used the term many times when I'm giving a presentation, but I always like to follow up when someone says approximately.
Yes, sir.
And then it's a projected number. How do you measure when it becomes realized? How can you report back on how we saved this? How do you calculate that?
So, I'll go back to this. So in some cases, like approximately, I combined 2 rates and just kind of did a flat number. So actually the cost savings is a little bit more for that first one on the rate reduction. I just 1.5 looked easier. So that is actually realized this fiscal year of fees that agencies are not having to pay back to me. The way of the projection for example, that Cisco EA, we looked at our existing spend with Cisco and what some of their projected price increases are going to be. So there is some of that factor on their projected price increases, but this work was done with Cisco specifically, that we compared what our current spend was, their projected price increases if we did not go into an enterprise agreement, and then what that difference entailed. And so that is, I think that was about $700,000 a year. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jeff.
Now we can continue.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So obviously, we're working hard, but we're also running into some serious headwinds with technology here. And so I'd be remiss if we're not acknowledging that in some of our discussion, because this will lead to some discussions and decisions with agencies as we get into budget cycles, things like that. So obviously, with AI being the big thing right now, one of the downstream effects or second order effects is a lot of these companies are sourcing a lot of the IT hardware, for lack of better terms, the servers, storage, memory. It is making it very hard and very costly for organizations to procure systems right now. And we're seeing exponential cost increases. We're seeing quotes come in at about $300,000. And then in a couple weeks, it comes back to us that quote is no longer valid. We've seen it as much as going from $300,000 to $700,000 in a matter of weeks. And quick turnaround times in the past, quotes used to be valid for like 30 days. We're seeing quotes come back, you've got less than 7 to actually have a PO cut to these vendors to source that hardware. So not only is it becoming more expensive, it is becoming increasingly harder to source. So that becomes more of a logistical challenge. We have other ways we're working to try and mitigate that. So again, we have our data centers as a service, like moving people over to our Unisys environment. We can look at cloud, things like that. But that is a serious challenge and downstream effects of some of this AI that is occurring. It is making it harder for us to source hardware. agencies are having to make some decisions when they get that quote back on what they're going to spend on. One of the other headwinds, and this is more of the velocity of change, and I'll talk a little bit as well, is vendors are also integrating AI into all their solutions. And so what does that kind of lead to? AI is, as I mentioned in the past, we're kind of not seeing the real costs of AI yet. We're starting to see those now, and AI is expensive. And we're seeing the models of how vendors even bill for AI change, and they're going to what is something called tokenization, which is a demand usage of AI, but you can rack up costs very quickly without realizing that you've incurred those costs. So there's a lot of unpredictability in AI utilization. So something that we're going to have to be very cognizant as an organization in looking at how our vendors are using that and making sure we have like concrete terms in our costs, or we have some sort of quotas or barriers to prevent runaway costs. So that is something we're having to explicitly start now focusing on. We were recently at a kind of a retreat with our peers from other states and kind of hearing some of their problems and challenges, something every state's tackling and trying to figure out. And so kind of like I said, that unpredictability of AI costs is something that is going to impact us as a state as we see that. So being very deliberate with our agencies, when you have AI, make sure you have a use case and you've done the value cost or the return on investment for if you're choosing AI to solve that use case. Make sure it is appropriate to solve that use case or something that could be done with a less costly solution. So also, again, with AI, kind of the velocity of change is a real headwind for state governments. Obviously, we're a little slower to kind of align with what is going on in private industry. We're going to have to catch up, and we're going to have to start being on par with what industry is going and the pace industry is going. So it is just moving so fast. The AI solution you saw yesterday is not the solutions you're seeing today. They're continually enhancing them. We're seeing major shifts in how organizations are taking care of their solutions and using AI. So some we're seeing, a compression of vulnerabilities. Others we're seeing expansion of vulnerabilities depending on how it's getting leveraged. So again, we're having to really rapidly adjust our model and how we're supporting organizations based on what is happening out in industry. So again, these are significant concerns for us as executive branch. All right.
If Hoffman has a question.
Yes, sir.
So with that in mind, am I thinking right that most likely people that are going to be sitting around this table and in 30 years are probably not going to be hearing from your equivalent that we're running still on a 30-year-old system?
In theory, that's the hope, sir.
It's moving fast
We're
enough
hoping, yeah, we
that
want to
that just won't be able to happen.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I will, but not from here.
And so one of the other pieces I failed to mention, I'll throw in here of some of the, and we'll talk about it when we get into the security space, but one of the other changes to throw in here is quantum computing. That's something we're having to look at and address now. We're having to make sure that we're building systems that are quantum resistant in terms of the encryption is resistant to quantum computing, which that timeline ebbs and flows, but that is just another level of work that agencies are having to do to get ready for that. And obviously with the advancement of AI and quantum, the workload is compressing pretty significantly on staff to get things accomplished. So that is going to be another major shift we have to address as well. A couple key upcoming events I just wanted to highlight for you as the committee. In any IT event, you guys are generally always invited to as a committee, as members of the legislature. Our first one is actually tomorrow, and that is the Kansas Digital Government Summit. This year it is at KU in their new conference center under, and forgive me, I didn't go to KU, so I don't know, the Booth Allen at the football stadium is where their new conference center is. So that's where the summit will be this year. Again, the Digital Government Summit is just a bringing together of governments at all levels and kind of talk about how we provide better digital services to our constituents. So a broad range of topics, everything from accessibility, how are we making sure our systems are accessible, and how do we get compliant with the new federal accessibility requirements? What are some of the things out there that are available to, going down to talking about the quantum computing, and then also talking about things how we can better work together as a whole of state on both IT and cyber. So expanding that whole of state cyber concept we've worked on for the past 5-6 years to a whole of state IT concept as well, because again, those challenges aren't affecting just us, they're affecting our local governments that are even more resource constrained than we are in cases. And so how do we start better working together across all avenues of technology? So also, later this year is our second Plain Cyber Guardian exercise. So again, this was kind of our capstone kind of cyber event last year, and continuing to do it this year. And again, it's open to all public sector. So cities, counties, school districts, universities. It is open to their IT staff. We provide a week-long training session to them, provided by a IT training organization, and then we do a week-long red team, blue team exercise in a cyber range, so they can put those skills to actual practical use. Our vendor this year has brought in a new range partner, so that cyber range has been replaced with a new vendor this year, and we're very excited for the new vendor and the capabilities they bring. We're working with us, and they're working with our providers of some of our IT solutions and tooling to incorporate those into the range itself. So you actually get practical experience on the tools and technologies we're using, as opposed to just some generic solution that is out there that a lot of ranges do. We're also looking at incorporating industrial control systems as part of this exercise for some of the entities as well. So I know you're all aware of some of the things in the news around water systems that are under attack. Those are industrial control systems, SCADA systems. We want to start getting familiar with those ourselves so we can understand what it takes to protect them and how we can better that conversation with those providers. And again, we're hoping to get some of those providers into this exercise as well, because again, those are the cities that are providing water into most locations. So we want to make sure we're providing opportunities across the board. So very excited for this. Again, last year we actually had National Guard participation. We're continuing that this year to continue to build upon that whole state concept. So very excited for that. All right. With that, I'll stand for questions, sir.
Any further questions? Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, Jeff, the Plains Cyber Guardian, have you sent us information about that?
We will make sure.
Will you send it?
Yes.
Because I'd love to make sure that my city, county, and like BPU has that. And is there a cost for their participation? So, and it's probably just limited on however many participants you can accommodate.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, yeah, we've built it so we're open to 200 participants, and we have shared out through our various avenues. There's a website to register. We're going to be sending out some notice for kind of a distinguished visitor day, like we did last year, that you can attend and see what is going on as legislative members. But we've been working to communicate that out. We'll share the rest of it to you guys as well. And ironically, I may be speaking a little out of turn. The week we're doing the exercise is also a week at JCIT hearing is, so maybe we can request maybe a little field trip or something. But again, it is open. We want that collaboration. This is how we, teach people to fish as opposed to just giving them the fish. So this is how we best boost the state cybersecurity as a whole. So very excited. So we'll get that information out to you specifically as well, so you can communicate as well, ma'am.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Jeff.
All right. So stepping into the next session, and I'll invite Mr. Andrew Eichinger to take over. We'll step into the quarterly reports, and I will be back for a couple of these myself. So.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for having me here to cover off on 3/4 of Keto reports. I'll I'll give you the good news right off the bat, which is a lot of these projects have, I'll say, self-healed over time. So, but I will go through these in order, starting in Q1, and just give you a, sorry? Am I not close enough? There we go, sorry. But I will cover off on these in order and then kind of prophetically let you know what happens in the next 2 quarters, and then you can decide which ones you would like to ask further questions on, and we'll invite those people up to give those answers. So let me start off by saying, in general, the keto volume has stayed very consistently. So we are managing right around 30 projects at any given time. Of those, our active projects are following what I'll call kind of a normal cycle. So we had like 14 starting off at the Q4 of last year, and that spiked up 30%, and then it kind of came back down the next quarter, 15. But that sort of 15 to 19 at the most active projects being monitored has stayed very consistent. So, all right, with that, let's step into Q4 of 2025. And you'll see the breakdown here. We had a total of 29, and I'll let you look at this for just a second, but our active projects at 17 are then further broken down into these statuses. I will say the 3 that are on hold, those were all carryovers from Q3 of last year, so that has not changed, and it was actually expected. The recasts have remain as well. The 1 in caution, and then the 2 alerts not in good standing. So honing in on the 2 that are in alert, one of them is the IAM project. And that IAM project, which by the way is the second tile on this screen to the right, that IAM project, it did stay in red through the following quarter, which was Q1 of 26, but then it dropped off in the most recent one. But I'll table that if there are any questions on that project for Mr. Jeff Maxon.
Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe just a quick, what happened and why it's now not in alert.
Oh, sure.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, members of the committee, Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Technology Officer. So go to that slide. So the enterprise IAM solution is an enterprise identity and access management solution, which is a unified identity. So one of the key concepts from a technology perspective, especially when you're getting into security and some of these new concepts called zero trust, how we better protect the environments rely on an identity and having a very specific identity. And so the enterprise identity and access management solution was and is supposed to be that identity that also enables things like single sign-on, so I can go into this portal and access all my systems without having to type in multiple usernames and passwords, and also force in mandatory multi-factor authentication. So one of the major challenges we're running into with this system is the disparate environments we have across executive branch to build this unified identity. And why this is also important, the next phase of identity and access management is a citizen portal, where a citizen can use their identity to be able to access multiple agencies. They don't have to manage multiple usernames and passwords to interact with DCF or KDOL or Department of Ag for whatever system. So there's a lot of complexity to this, but the internal one we're focusing on with employees, the challenge that has delayed this is trying to work around our disparate architectures we have across all the agencies. And that has become more of a challenge as we keep diving into it and finding some real shortcomings or disparate levels between agencies that we have to accommodate and try and sync. And there's no easy way to accomplish that. And so that is what is slowing down this effort right now. So we have kind of roadmap and we've started making progress again. That is why you see it kind of come off. But that is going to be a continued challenge for any of these solutions from a broader perspective. If we don't solve that and each agency does their own IAM solution, we lose those economies of scale. We start losing those efficiencies. So we're trying to work around that, but that is the hiccup right now.
So will it, are agencies coming online or nothing will come online until they're all done?
So thank you for that, Mr. Chairman, question. We are still working to actually solve that problem to where we can effectively have something in place. So part of the other challenges, there's other infrastructure that's required that until we have some more uniformity, we can't move forward with that key infrastructure. And that right now, that key infrastructure has to do with public key infrastructure. So how we basically protect the connections between the agencies to the IAM platform. We have to do that in a universal fashion. And again, we don't have that solution in place already. So these are things that got uncovered. There are solutions where have been talked about over the past 15 years that have just no progress has been made on from that. And that's in terms of what we consider a consolidated Active Directory. We have not made progress on that. That has been discussed in previous consolidation attempts. That is one of the, I think, one or two solutions to solving this problem, which then entails a much bigger conversation with agencies on what that looks like. So we're trying to engineer around that.
One more question. So this is basically got like ID or ID.me and what's the other that the federal government uses?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Chairman. Login.gov, I think it's similar. It would be similar to like a login.gov for the state. Okay. But when you look at it, we'd have kind of really three separate implementations. We have one just for state staff, for our internal functions, one for the citizens, and then there's another one that's kind of this more recent. I don't want to say it's, for example, it's like retired employees, some of our vendors, things like that, how we can control their identities as they interact with the state. So, because it's not quite a full citizen side, but they do need access to some state resources. So we're seeing kind of three environments and use cases exist around IAM. So we're on the internal one right now. We may see a recast where we pivot to maybe one of these others just to keep the ball moving while we engineer around that other challenge.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Moving on to the other alert status for Q4 of 25 was the KDHE and DCF licensing and regulation. And this particular project in the following or subsequent quarter was actually canceled. So I don't know if you are aware of this one. This had to do with the modernization of the existing Claris system for KDHE. And that has been subsequently, the efforts have been redirected into modernizing that existing application. If you have existing questions on this one, happy to bring up Mr. Bob Doan. Good? Okay. All right, next. Caution status. We had one in caution status in this quarter, and it was the enterprise licensing platform. Jeff Maxson talked about this a little bit earlier with Excella and rolling on agencies. I know originally there was some lessons learned with the first few folks who were brought onto this, and since then has gotten more efficient, and that has come off of caution status in subsequent quarters. All right.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the committee, we are going to have KDHE come at a later date to talk about that project so that people understand. And on this one, we're sitting here, two IT people. We're kind of floored at the price tag on this and what's going on. Could you give us a little bit more detail on it? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Technology Officer. So the price tag with this is the actual implementation of the solutions off of their existing platform. So all the data migrations that occur with that, building in some cases off of non-existent or no processes. So these are all the build outs of this application. And then it goes into a minimal licensing cost. So again, this went out to competitive bid. And this was kind of what came back. And so we see this is with system build outs right now, this is a fairly reasonable cost from our perspective and the scope and breadth of what we're looking at with this system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I remember correctly, Wildlife and Parks put out a licensing system for hunting and didn't have near this price tag, and these have much less users. So I'm just curious as to where we're at, Mr. Chairman, why such an exorbitant number?
Yeah.
And our bidding process, I'm not real confident when something goes out for bid as to it's getting to the right vendors to actually take a look at it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you for that question, Senator. There's also, while there might be the number of users, there's significant complexity in the processes of the licensing process in terms of background investigations, the workflows that go behind that notification throughout the processes, engagement with the licensees, things like that. So there's significant workflow behind. It's just not issuing a license per se. So there's a lot of the workflow behind it that has to be mapped out and built out. And so that's why the complexity behind it, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Eichinger, Chief Information Technology Architect. And so continuing on off of caution, we are now on the projects on hold. Of these three projects that are on hold, and then subsequent quarter, KDOT fell off this, and then in the third quarter, which is Q2, KDOC fell off. So two of them have subsequently come off of hold. However, these three, at least in this quarter, still remain. I think the one that I remember talking about at JCIT previously was PSU. That is the one that has remained. The other two are off. Any questions about these three? I can direct to
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when you say they've dropped off, they're now in active status?
correct.
Okay. And there's no issues with them so far in Q2, I guess it'd be.
Correct. Yes, so far, so the current status of those, they're neither, yes, none of them went back into any kind of a caution or alert status.
So is there anyone here from Pittsburgh State or?
Yes, we do have representative from Pittsburgh State.
We have them come up and just kind of give us a brief what their plan is.
Is that, in fact,
Maybe online.
Angela Nira, I believe she was going to be online.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi. I'm Angela Neria, Chief Information Officer at Pittsburgh State, and also Lucretia Harity, our project manager here at Pittsburgh State, is also online. We just started the semester, so it's kind of wild here, and chose to connect remotely. So we are in hold status. We're getting ready to recast and move hopefully to active status if all is approved. We were put on hold just to give you guys a reminder of where we are. Oracle came to the 8 early adopters of this product. We're one of 8 universities that are going to be the first universities to implement this product. It's a brand new product. One of the main reasons that they came to us and asked us if we'd be willing to hold is because of AI and all of the fast-paced changes that are happening in the world of AI in order for them to implement some of those tools into this product. It's been a very good reason to be on hold because the product is even better than what we originally signed up for based on the AI enhancements that are going to be available that are going to tremendously remove obstacles for our students and faculty. So we're quite excited about that. Oracle was on campus August 13th all day, giving us updates, in-depth updates with stakeholders from across our campus. And we are in the process of working with Mr. Maxon's office to recast the project back into active status. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So moving on into, we go. We're going to move on to Q2 of 2026. With the one caveat before we do that, on the projects that were completed, I'll give a chance that we did have a KDOR alcoholic beverage and control project, which had been previously recast, that did complete that quarter. All right. Q2 looks very similar in terms of the overall portfolio. And of this quarter, as I mentioned, the two that were in alert, one we have already, was the carryover that we already talked about. And the second one is the child support services replatforming, which was recast. This is a DCF project. And I can invite Mr. Tom Pagano up for questions on that if folks have questions regarding that project. Okay. And then from the projects on hold, as I mentioned before, these are both carryovers, so we can skip over those. And also mentioned that the childhood data integration and systems enhancement project, which is that licensing one, did get canceled. And I heard from Senator Tyson, sounds like there'll be an additional readout on that. All right, so moving to projects that were completed in that quarter. The KBI incident-based reporting system did go live, was completed. And that brings us to Q3, the current one, or as current as Q3 is to today. So looking at the Q3 projects, again, overall portfolio, very consistent. The one project that remained in red status from the previous quarter was the child support services replatforming. Assuming there were no questions on that prior, I will give another chance and just in case folks want to ask some questions on that, but that is the same one from the previous quarter.
Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation here. I have I guess a question and a concern. I think I'm on slide 18 here, active project status on that particular slide, and that goes back to 2025. We've got 20 projects here, 11 of them are either on hold, recast, in some sort of an alert or caution status. So that's a little over half. I flip over here to slide 31, same kind of thing. We've got about half of the projects are, again, either on hold, recast, or in some sort of trouble. I'm starting to see a pattern. So does that, to me, that sort of, I think there's a problem there. To me, that either indicates that we're not doing a good job of defining project requirements, we're not scoping the projects very well, we're not managing the projects very well, we're not selecting the right vendors. What, would you agree with that assessment, or how do you account for about half of our projects that we undertake here run into some sort of trouble? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bowser, thank you for that question. I would say yes, I agree on that assessment. As much as the better due diligence done beforehand does prevent this stuff. It is challenging in my experience in government a lot of times to really get your arms around the scope of requirements and all the dependencies up front. Our vendor partners certainly help with that. The percentage of this and the number that have had to have been recast and recalibrated, I don't find to be an anomaly as I look across states necessarily, but compared to private companies or private industry, yes. But there's always room for improvement.
Mr. Chair. So thank you. Yeah, I don't have privy to other states' information. I do can reference back to some private sector. This would be unacceptable in the private sector. What could we ask for? Some recommendations, maybe? Could you present some recommendations on how we could sort of run a more efficient project management office? What could we do differently? I'd like to ask for that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for that question, Senator Bowser. And yes, I will say that there have been some very active discussions in OITS. Jeff Maxon and our entire core team have been looking at the executive branch project intake from the top all the way through. Little insight, I think our last Visio had 70 process boxes on it as you go down. And so we certainly have opportunity, and I'd be glad to bring that information to see how we're looking for those efficiencies to you in this committee.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you look at that, could you note for us what changes and recasting, if any, were required because of changes in legislation or statutes? You know, certainly when we changed the early childhood, we had an impact on that. So I just think if we could clarify that, that would help us understand our role and then be clear about focusing on those other projects where there hasn't been any legislative change.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, thank you for that question. Yes, I certainly we can add that as an attribute on this so that you can look at the what caused that project. You're right, a lot of them are based in law.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would assume that one of the differences that we have with government, especially the executive branch and a private business, is that we have allowed for decades the agencies to basically do what they want, and there's been no real any consolidation of effort between them. And so now as we see that, wouldn't that be part of what the deal is? And really, in order to really get more efficiencies in this, we're going to have more of that central look into all the agencies so that they're all doing kind of the same thing. Is that correct, or am I wrong on that?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Hoffman.
Maybe Jeff might want to jump in on this.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, again, Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Technology Executive Branch. Thank you for that question, Representative Hoffman. So Andrew alluded to it. So one of the things we've recognized and seen is not just the project methodology, but how the state goes from ideation, like we have a need, what does that entail? Gathering the requirements all the way to building the RFP and then getting it published and then working through the project. To your point, has been very disjointed, and each kind of go through the processes separately using different tools, different processes. Some of this born out of selfishness from an agency head where my staff would get like requests on a Friday to drop everything and support a project go live on Monday. There's, for lack of a better term, no coordination through that process because of all the disparate things agencies do and recognize. So we've kicked off some efforts internally to build kind of a new governance process from ideation where we're getting in early. We're kind of, for lack of better terms, asking the CIOs to collaborate more amongst themselves to see what's out there. We're trying to work with procurement and, like I said, having fast paths for agencies to be able to move rapid, but we need to know what the ideation is and what they're looking for to see if there's already a solution that exists out there, which again could bypass a lot of these project issues we're running into. So we've seen that there's a serious issue there and we're trying to rectify it, but it is, to your point, needs to be a unified approach, everybody following the same processes. So we're trying to map out what that looks like to where we're making sure we're also doing it in an efficient manner and we're not a barrier in the process, because we don't want to say, hey, I've had an ideation and historically, if it takes OITS 12 weeks to get back to them, we become a roadblock, and we don't want that. So we're trying to find ways to make sure whatever we do, and that's why we're spending some significant time on that, as Andrew mentioned, starting early to start finding where those touch points are so we can make that efficient. Because if we become a barrier, then nobody will want to work with us, and that's a problem as well. So you're hitting the nail on the head, sir. We are taking some deliberate actions. That was some of the feedback out of the Gartner process about reinforcing governance processes, things like that, to better enable those efficiencies. So we're knee deep in that right now, sir.
Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So, we kind of step back from the Gartner, some of the things that the Gartner report said, just simply because we have, transition of governor and all kinds of different things happening. And you don't have to necessarily come up with anything, but are there things that you see in the future that legislatively probably need to be done in order to change statutes, things like that? I think that would be something that, maybe in the next, several months or several meetings maybe would be good to know. Doesn't mean we have to do them, quickly, but it's something for us to kind of have an idea of what maybe we need to change in order to expedite what you're trying to do.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may, thank you for that question, sir. Yeah, there will likely be some changes that need to occur with the project statute that exists out there now to either loosen some things up or tighten some things down. We have not gotten to that point to evaluate that level yet, though. But we want to make sure we have our processes ironed out. We've got the buy-in. We're doing the communication with the agencies. We're focused on that, and then we'll kind of map where that lists so we can have very concrete, these need to be accomplished from a legislative side.
Having been on this committee for a couple of decades, I kind of appreciate the fact that we have some projects that go on hold. They'll hit the pause button and wait to see what they need to do to come back with a product that can be useful and good. Instead of, like back in the old days, sometimes they would just push through and try and finish a project and nobody won.
Sir, thank you for that. Yeah, we're really trying to be cognizant, sir, about how we drive that all the way from the beginning. Let's iron out requirements first so we know exactly what we need. And to Andrew's point, that is challenging to the degree of how fast technology is moving as things show up. That might not be what we asked for because there's a whole completely new solution vendors are able to provide that we weren't even aware of, and how we can also then further enable those solutions by our business processes. So we're trying to, Navy term, the yeoman's work to try and catch up because there's a lot going on, and to your point, very broken over the years. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe we are coming to the end here, but did want to at least acknowledge the remaining slides. And we do have in Q3, this is the final project that was on hold, as we mentioned earlier, and you got an update on, which is PSU. Then we had a handful of some completions. And so I will offer up bringing anyone up to talk about these four, if you would like a recap of any of them.
I'm not sure someone would be able to answer this question, but concerning the Department of Corrections resident education portal access, I really hope that this can provide a good path for those who are incarcerated to be able to work on their education. One thing that someone commented to me about, I'm so pleased that they are trying to do work release, not work release, but work outside. And the one opportunity many women have is to work at Russell Stover's. But to do that, they have to be on a bus from Topeka to Abilene in the morning and the evening. And there is no opportunity for them to use a laptop or do any studying while they're on the bus because of some connectivity concerns or, having a laptop outside of the bus. So not something we may be able to solve, but I also think it's always good for us to know what issues are facing individuals so that if something comes up, we go, oh, I know where we can plug that in. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Follow up on that, on KDOC's piece, they were needing Wi-Fi access when they kind of went on the hold status for a while or paused. You got that taken care of? Was that extensive or was that just some minor areas?
Let me invite Melissa Mounts, Chair, if they're agreeable to that too. She can give you the details.
Thank you, Chairman. Melissa Mounts, CIO for the Kansas Department of Corrections. That was why we went on hold, was because of Wi-Fi issues. We were having some delays in getting equipment in following COVID, and once we got the equipment in, we kept moving forward with installing the Wi-Fi in the inside of the facilities. And once the Wi-Fi was completed, then we were able to continue on the project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for these slides. It's nice to see the projects that are completed. You give us a dollar amount there. Can you help me remember, were these projects completed on budget? How do we find that out? Were there any red flags or anything that exceeded what we had originally planned for? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that question, Representative. The one indicator I can tell you right off the bat is when we have the Roman numeral 2 beyond these, that means that it was recast. So I can say that the KDAD's State Hospital and Substance Use of Disability Electronic Health Records project would have been recast at some point. The other 3, I will have to get back with you on because I'd have to do a deep dive real quick. But that's a great, I like the idea of having maybe a couple attributes in those tiles that show whether it was a clean win, so to speak. So
yeah, that would be helpful going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dashboard can really be helpful in looking that up too. Or I would normally have that logged on here in my computer, but I'm having issues today.
Good point.
I wasn't going to bring this up, but after he commented on the dashboard, I know being in IT, one of the last things that gets accomplished is your documentation and updates of documents. But currently the dashboard isn't matching the quarterly report or matching the, what we have in front of us. Just an FYI.
Mr. Chair and Senator Tyson, yeah, no, I appreciate that. We have heard feedback on the dashboard in wanting to make sure that it is reflective of current state and making efforts to try and do that so that it's not necessarily something that can be used to look at what, like the results of the quarterly, but at least you'll have a most up-to-date view. And you're right, we're not there yet.
Further questions? Thank you.
Believe the last slide will be projects that just fell under the reporting threshold, and we only had one, which was KDOT's state electronic data collection systems for crash data. It just shy of the mark, but and I believe that's just because of the nature of the connectivity and the sensitivity of data when it comes to liability. I believe that's why it scored fairly high.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So can you, is it active now? What's the status of the?
I believe it is going active. That's right. We don't have a full slide on this. I don't know that project has kicked off. KDOT? I'm happy to invite up.
Yeah, just give us a little bit of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sean Brown, CIO, KDOT. And yeah, this project has now kicked off.
Okay, so can you give us a little bit more, like, when does it start? What's the, kind of some of the information about it?
I'm sorry, I didn't know this slide was on here, so I don't have the information prepared to talk about it. I do believe we presented this project to the committee when we were in the planning phase.
Okay.
Right? But basically the concept of this project is just to increase the amount of electronic submissions we get for our crash data by working with local governments and creating that connectivity so that they can submit their reports electronically.
Okay. Well, since this will probably be the last time we hear anything about it, unless something really badly goes wrong, maybe you could send James or whoever kind of a little bit of a more about it, and when you expect it to be done, and all that kind of information.
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will mention, I think based on that question, probably makes sense for us to have the breakdown even for the projects that are on the threshold. So we'll add that. And that wraps up, unless there's any other general questions for the keto reporting. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I know we're running a little ahead of schedule to kind of buy some time because I know we're waiting for Mr. Young. If I may, Mr. Chairman, I would like to solicit feedback on what you guys would like to see through this project process. Like, what are we missing? Obviously, the issue with the dashboard. How do we continue to evolve the discussion so we're getting you guys, as the oversight body, the information you're needing? I know we've made significant strides over the past couple of years, but obviously there's still more work to be done. So whatever feedback you have for us on what you would like to see and how you'd like to see it, please let us know so we can improve this process through and through and make sure you're getting the information you're needing and we can show what is actually occurring with these. So,
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, I like the format. I think maybe on a couple of these, like what we've kind of pointed out, like the anytime if we can have the information that, like it's on page 10, I guess, where it, shows, what the project's all about, even if it's one of them that doesn't fit under the reporting. And then I think another thing, like having something that kind of tells us if it came in under, if it came in over, if it came in within the time period, when it's completed. I mean, to me, those are some of the things that I have heard that I think we need to probably have in there.
And thank you for, I mean, as part of the process, Mr. Chairman, if I may, obviously, organizations are supposed to submit the peer documentation when they complete a project that should outline some of that. So we should be able to capture that and get that to you. So that should be something we should have. If not, we'll make sure we do the legwork to get that and provide that. So.
Throw Senator Tyson on her bus here. I think she had some questions on what we wanted to see from reporting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we do. I've been looking into this. I sent an email to Mr. Fisher and visited a little bit with you, Mr. Chairman. We do have some issues as to some of the IT projects aren't getting reported. I'm a little bit caught up and confused on some of the documentation that's been sent to us. Like that last project, one of the projects started in 2021. Said it had an ending date of June 15th of this year. And we just got a report that the project is just getting started and kicked off. So the reporting, I don't know where the breakdown is, but there is a major breakdown.
Okay.
And I appreciate your work. I know you took on a mountain. I know that. But we do have some departments and agencies that should be showing up on this report because I'll hear about the projects, but then we never get them in front of this committee. And I don't understand that. And I do know that there's a couple of systems that are going to be very expensive to the state, and they're already starting to look at how to replace those systems. And I'm not even sure they've come to you on that. And these are major systems that would impact almost every Kansan. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, thank you for that feedback, Senator Tyson. Yeah, that is one of the things, like I said, we were trying to continue to improve this process. To your point, going back to a little bit of the earlier discussion about the governance process, we are trying to refine that so things like that do make it in front of the appropriate stakeholders to get eyes on and get insight and input into them. So then we can help determine. So if you remember, we changed from the project reporting away from just the cost foundation of $250,000. Anything over $250,000, whether you're buying hardware or a full-fledged project, became reportable to kind of that risk model based on different categories. So we can work to continue to refine that to make sure we're getting things elevated to be a reportable project that should be. So we can definitely take that back and go review and evaluate based on, I think we've got, Sarah, Andrew, I think 3 years worth of data now going through this existing risk model that we can start tuning the model to make sure it's effective.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I get that, and we went over the risk model, the weightings, all of that information. I'm just not sure some of the projects are, I don't know if the breakdown is between the department and the agency coming to you guys, or if you're deciding that the risk isn't great enough. I mean, it's a pretty heavy lift, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, again, the agencies submit that initial risk, and then we kind of evaluate what is provided to us, and we can make a determination to make it reportable or not if we're seeing it come through. So obviously it has to come through with the sufficient information for us to make that determination. But there is an injection point where we will elevate projects if we see them come across based on certain factors that might be in that risk that agency may have downgraded, and we say, no, that's probably important. It needs to be elevated. So we have done that in a couple cases, and that's if we're seeing them come across.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that many people on the committee have been looking at the numbers on the projects. And so my ask would just be that the numbers in the boxes are reflected in the numbers in the report. So some of them are exactly the same. Some are, like the bridge system, it talks about it being 652,350. And then when you go to the report, it's 654 something. So I don't know where the disagreement comes in terms of numbers, but I'd like to see the numbers in the report be one of those numbers that's in the box.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take that back to the team and get that solved.
I used to do editing.
Any further comments? You take a 2-minute break, maybe waiting on David.
Mr. Chairman, we'll defer to you. We can start with some of our portions and get moving along pretty early, or we can take a break. It's up to you, sir. Most of our stuff will take a majority of the executive session.
Yeah, we could do that. Let's just bring Alex up. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate that.
Team player. Sitting in the bullpen, waiting to be called, so. Signal, I didn't see it. Well, disclaimer that I have some backups at 1 o'clock, but they are not scheduled to be here this time. So I'm going to do a sole presentation. But if there's any questions that I can answer, I will take it back and give it back to you guys.
Do appreciate you filling in, Alex.
Okay, I'm ready when you are. I'm ready when you are.
We're ready.
All right. All right, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Alex Wong, Judicial Branch CITO. I got a brief presentation for you for all the projects that we're working on in the Judicial Branch, and also give you an update on some of the work that we have done on House Bill 2574 that we have passed in the last legislative session. So let's start with a project update. We did have quite a few projects because we haven't met for a few months. And these are some of the projects that we have either made progress or we've completed. So we're going to start with the central case management system, which is our statewide legal case management system for all county of the state. So this is definitely a huge project. We did two significant change in this system in the last 6 months, 6 to 9 months. First is we upgraded the system to the latest version, so that it's supportable, maintainable by the vendor. The reason why it kind of take a little bit time before we can actually catch up to the latest version is because we are spending the previous 5 years going through all the counties and upgrade and migrate their case management system to this centrally managed case system. So that effort took about 4 to 5 years to complete, and we finally completed all the counties at the end of 2023. So we started our planning and implementation project in the year of 2024 and finished that up in 2025. So that was completed in December 2025, the upgrade itself. And after that is done, that system is still hosted in our data center over in the Judicial Center. And that data center is not, I would say, industry standard. So there's a lot of upkeep that we need to do. So also with this project, we talk about not just this system, but just a migration of all the critical system of Judicial Branch up into the cloud. So this is one of the first system that we decided to leverage the cloud computing power, security, and all the scaling that it affords to give us, so we can less reliant on our physical space over in Judicial Branch. So we did that in February and March of this year, so about 6 months ago. And that was completed in April. So now the whole state case management system is now sitting on our Azure cloud platform with Microsoft. And it's now providing the scaling and the security, network redundancy, and all those that comes along with the cloud environment. So very hectic on that few months, but we're glad that it is over and now it is stabilized and running smoothly. So that's the first project. Second project is the public access portal. Again, similar to the case management system, it was on a platform that is obsolete, and so we have to move to a different platform. So through this project, we actually decided to go custom build this application. So we have an in-house application called K-Search, and you can see that hyperlink over in the slide. And that we started with first putting that portal together for district court data. So we finished up all those projects and provided that access go live in December of last year. So that's about 8 months ago. And since then, we wait for the system to stabilize, make sure that we have everything intact, and then we now start to tackle appellate court records. And that was just completed 2 weeks ago. So this case search system now can search both district court and appellate court records for all the public use. So that is absolutely a big thing for us because we are really emphasizing on access to justice and people be able to access public records. So that's a huge deal for us. We changed the interface significantly, so it makes it really easy for you to find information. So if you haven't tried, give it a try. I highly recommend that you give it a go because we are really proud of the product that we have made with this case search. Next up, if anybody have went to the ks.gov website, they will know that it is currently very challenging. I will first admit to that because it is hard to find any information in there. The navigation is not very intuitive. And I usually just go to Google and search for anything on the website instead of going to the website. So we know about this. So we started the effort of looking for a different solution starting December of last year. Went through a process of going through different platform and products, and then we finally get down to a specific platform called Drupal, which is an open source case management system that is used for a lot of industries. And we are starting to put plans together for both design, working with other states to look at what they have. So design including the look and feel, and also the navigation and the content that we have to put together. So we are expecting to have a new system up and running by the end of this calendar year, but we wanted to really come and show you all and collect that information in the next few JCIT meeting as well before it goes live, because this is not a product for just judicial staff use only. It is really for the citizen of Kansas. So we really want to collect more information from everybody before we go live and gather your thoughts on that too. So not to undermine also the ADA compliance part, right? Like obviously this platform is built to comply with the newest ADA compliance that was supposed to be deadline in April, but then we got a year extension and now it is next April. But we have been already working on that. We didn't know that as an extension. So a lot of our information are PDF files. You will see a lot of forms, legal documents that's on the website. We have been going through this process for the last 6 months to make sure that all information, including the forms, are ADA compliant. So with this new website as well, we are confirming that all the content, including both forms and the content itself, are all ADA compliant when they are being uploaded. So this is not a retrofit type of situation that we have to handle in the last 6 months because we don't have a process in place. So all those are now put in place in this new website to make sure that we are compliant with ADA as well. Any questions on those projects before I move to the next slide? So next 3 projects, the first one is also a big project that we are engaging, which is the audio record project. So I want to be first clear that this project is intended to help the court reporters on all the courts. We all know that there's a shortage of court reporters, especially on the rural side of the state. And so we are trying to make sure that we have technology in place to help these court reporters to do their job more effectively. Specifically to help on, in this case, recording all the court audio using microphones that can pick up from the judges and the prosecutors and defendants, so that those are all accurately transcribed through technology. So we have started a pilot with a vendor called FTR. The long term is for the record. And because some of these counties may not be as resourceful as the urban counties, so we are planning to buy a site-wide license for any counties that wanted to use it, and we will provide the software license and also the hardware support for the court needs across the state. So far, we have actually put in 314 courtrooms for this product and try to help all the courts to centralize in this case. The main benefits, as I mentioned earlier, is to make sure that the recordings are being accurately recorded, but also just as important is the keyword playback function of this new product. Because sometimes the jury needs to read back on certain specific testimony, and this product can allow them to search for keyword instantly on any things that have been said before. They do a real-life keyword search. And so it really helps the court to proceed more effectively and also help the court reporters to do their job more effectively as well. So that is ongoing, and we are continue to move on those different courts as we speak. Text messaging reminder project. So we talked about this in the last JCIT meeting. So what we are doing here is we noticed that there's a lot of defendant or people that have hearings scheduled that have missed hearings. So one of the things that we want to provide them is some sort of a cell phone text reminder. So we can remind them that you have a hearing coming up. It is an opt-in service, so it's not a opt-out, meaning that you can decide whether voluntarily you wanted to receive those reminders or not. And that project went live in April of 2026, about 3 months ago. So now anyone can go to our website and be able to enter your phone number. And if we have a schedule, if we have a hearing for that person, then we will send text messages to remind them to attend the court hearings. Last but not least, self-represented litigants. Again, something that we are aligned with the overall judicial strategic plan, which is access to justice. We really wanted to make sure that citizens of Kansas have a easy, intuitive way to access court directly. Currently, we do not have a e-filing system or procedure for what we call self-represented litigants. SRL is the short form for it, meaning that you don't have an attorney or a lawyer to represent you. If you have to use e-filing, you must be an attorney in order to do so. So we recognize that gap. And so we are starting to put together a system, a custom built in-house system, similar to the case search platform that we talked about earlier. We are actually technical stack using the same thing. We're trying to standardize all technical stack within judicial branch, so we don't have this different flavor of technology all around and different applications use different technology. We're trying to make it so that we can support, not just from support angle, but scalable angle as well. So the first attempt that we use for the self-represented litigant portal is eviction expungement portal. That is, I specifically put in there, that's a House Bill 2357 that was passed last legislative session to enforce the rule that we have to allow for a online method for litigants, self-represented litigants specifically, to be able to electronically file for eviction expungement. So that system went live on July 1st, right at the first day of the legislative effective date. So now we have a system ready for them to go through a similar to what you will experience in a text filing process. So if you have used anything like H&R Block or TurboText, you went through questions that you asked you specific things like how old are you, what is your name, that kind of stuff, right? So we have criteria questions that we put for a really intuitive interview process that will ask questions to decide your eligibility and also help you at the end put together a legal PDF document that is signed by the litigants so that you can file officially with the court. So not only that you speed up the process for self-represented litigant to be able to access the court, but you also help our clerk on our side to know that the information that we receive is going to be legit and it has the information that we need to proceed with those filings. So it is really a win-win on both sides. And so far, since July 1st, we have already received 120 motion filed through this specific portal. So definitely being used since day one. Online self-help center, just kind of put it in there as well.
I had a
mentioned
question, Alex.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we had a question. Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thank you, Alex. This is really exciting. I'm glad to hear about this portal for the eviction expungements. My question is, can this be expanded then to perhaps handle additional expungements that people are already eligible for, that we spend money to have like clinics to help people do that? So are there plans to add that eventually?
Yes, so this is the first step to look at using the portal for SRL e-filing. But in the roadmap, as we speak, the other expungements that you mentioned is in the roadmap that we are trying to look at. In addition to that, we are also looking at things that is like divorce petition or criminal case expungement. Those things are all both in the roadmap, but some of those things, it needs more, how should I call it? There's e-filing fee involved with some of those filing. So we are working on a e-commerce platform for that platform to handle anything that needs payment. So right now, our first roadmap is anything that doesn't need payment. So we are in the process of adding those functions as we speak.
Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. I'm very interested in hearing this, and we'll certainly share that with our landlord tenant groups in Lawrence. But I want to back up to the audio record project.
Yes.
So I know that everybody's starting to be concerned about how much data exists and how long we need it for. So are there any parameters about keeping those records and when they could be expunged?
Right. So this is a difficult question because there is specific county retention, record retention rules, and that's also the state retention rule. But in general, we keep it as long as the case is active, and then after they're not active, the current state for the state is around 30 years. So we actually keep it for a long period of time before there's anything to do with those records. Some of the court actually keep it for the life, like forever. They do not, there's no retention policy. I mean, I shouldn't say that. There's no destruction policy for any of those cases.
Mr. Chair, so following up on that, so are they retaining the audio records or are they retaining a transcript of the audio records?
So at the moment, it's both. We have both the audio record and also the transcription record for the record.
Thank you very much. I might see if we need any rules and regs on that so that we can not keep this for 30 years.
I will also mention to our legislative liaison, so she can.
Well, are we compressing that data quite a bit?
So, right, I mean, like if you're talking about this technology, maybe just like 5 or 10 years ago, that's not enough space in the world to store all this data. But as storage becomes cheaper and they are more using cloud technology, so we're not procuring those storage by ourselves. Vendors are providing those solutions right now that is more cost effective for us to store those.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I knew there was something I was going to ask you, and you mentioned the cloud. So do you, in the contracts that you have with whoever is managing the cloud, do you know where that data is being stored? Is it being stored within the United States, within Kansas, or do you, that is part of the agreement?
Yes. So not only for this product, we actually have a really detailed security amendment to any of the cloud solution that we use. And some of those major points is something like what you said, not only the data has to be stored, but the people that works on that environment has to be US citizens, and they have to be in the continent of United States. They cannot be stored or physically be placed anywhere else in the world. So there are those terms in place for not just this product, but also anything that we use that's cloud-based.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So is this information being stored in what we would refer to as data centers?
I didn't think about that. Well, technically, yes, because they are stored physically in data centers. It might not be the one that's close by to you or, or like that. All right. So just real quick on the online self-help center, I kind of put it on the second part is that we are looking at, we already have one currently that you can go to our website and be able to get to those. Some of the things that we heavily use for that is calendar hearing and marriage license on how people can submit the motion for marriage license. Since the beginning of the implementation of January 1st, 2026, it's been visited by 250,000 users and already have 2 million events on the website. So just wanted to put in there that we are continuing to offer more and more solutions and want to make sure that the citizen of Kansas is able to get to a place to be able to easily find those resources. Because we know sometimes it's hard to find things that is related to the court, and every different county, kind of like what we're just talking about, might have different regulations and policy that is different from the others. So it is really important for us to make sure that we are transparent and provide all those information as we are able to. All right. Any questions on project before I move?
Alex?
So last thing I have for you is some of, oh, sorry.
Are counties doing all right on their requirements on the storage? I'm going back to the audio and stuff. Are they concerned about the amount that they store the data on the records?
It depends on the county, because there's some county that's more resourceful and there's some county that's less resourceful. But I think that is a topic that I probably will have our legislative liaison to engage, because I think in general, we are investigating on the data retention policy for the state as a whole. And what is supposed to be, is that supposed to be one rule that guides us all? Or should we have different rules around this? So I think that's a topic for me to give you more information afterwards.
Thank you.
Okay. So last thing that I will go into is some of the projects that we're working on for House Bill 2574. So one of the major things that we have established is the JTOC committee, which is the Judicial Technology Oversight Committee. So thanks for that, because that is going to be really helpful for us to talk about, just like what we have talked about, right? We don't have currently a committee statewide that will put a policy in place, especially IT policy, that will allow for the adoption for all counties that we serve. So this is going to be significant for us, where we can put this committee together with legislative backing and be able to establish guidelines and policy for the whole state. So data retention policy is absolutely one of those that we wanted to take advantage using this committee, so that we have input and we have a thoughtful process of what is the right thing to do through the process. So we are in the process of putting out together a charter. A charter is created, the draft charter is already created. We are going through our internal review process to make sure that we got the input from all the courts and the justices and the judges to make sure that they have all their representation in the new committee. So we are hoping to spin this up in the next few months, so more to come on that. The second thing is the Judicial Cybersecurity Program through HB 2574. The other thing that we have also established is our CISO. We started to put in a specific specific cybersecurity program for the judicial branch. And this ties back to JTOC, right? Because we need JTOC to be able to approve those programs. So we are now in the process, our CISO is in the process for using the CIS standard, which is the Center for Internet Security, similar standard that the LPA use as well for best practice, specifically with version 8.1 to start to build this framework. And we have already started to use a tool, a GRC tool, which is a policy tool that we can track every single control in that framework and be able to put screenshots and documentation of those controls. So it's easy for anyone to put an audit on what are the controls that we have and how do we comply to those controls. So those fundamental and foundational stuff is now putting in place so that we are ready to present to JTOC when the time comes. So doing a lot of those things as well. Questions on those? All right, then questions for me overall?
See none. Thank you. Thank you for filling in at the last second.
I hope that you have time now.
I think we'll take about a 5 to 10 minute break. Try and let some people get up. Natalie, did you have something? Thank you, Alex. We're back on schedule now. I know we got some busy people in the audience, so Jeff, you want to go ahead and get started? We'll find out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Technology Officer, State of Kansas. I believe this is where we'd like to go into executive session to discuss some vulnerabilities across the state and some of the controls we're putting in place, as well as a vulnerability and threat briefing of the current environment as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed or executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss subjects relating to security vulnerabilities in the water system, cyber incidents, and security controls within the executive branch with Jeff Maxim, Chief Information Technology Officer of the Office of Information Technology Services, John Godfrey, Chief Information Security Officer, Kansas Information Security Office, Jared Harson, Chief of Staff, Office of Information Technology Services, and Dave Young, Director of Kansas Intelligence Fusion Center, pursuant to KSA 75-4319B, 12C, because of the discussion of such subjects in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resumes the open meeting in room 582 north of the State House at, are we going to, at 12? We doing the whole hour? At 12 o'clock PM, that the discussion during the closed or executive meeting shall be limited to those subjects stated in this motion, and to record this motion, if adopted, as part of the permanent record of the committee.
We have a second. Seconded by Representative Bourgeon. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Back in session, normal session. We are about ready to go to lunch. There was nothing in the executive session that takes immediate action from the committee. With that, we're in recess till 1:30. And if you could notify post audit, let them know that we're running ahead of schedule. Thank you very much. point where we grill our new staff members, so, oh, sorry. We're good? Devin, we're good? Thank you. For Legislative Branch IT update. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Chair Peterson, Vice Chair Hoffman, and Ranking Member Francisco, and members of the committee. My name is Alta Fuden. I am the Chief Information Technology Officer for Kansas Legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the committee with an update on our branch's information services. In front of you, you have two documents. One is a short version of the PowerPoint slides, and the other one is a long version if you wanted to get some additional information and background. I should preface that by saying that on the long version, I made a mistake and I said Ranking Member Haskin. Please all right, with me, I have Eric Thiel, the Director of Application Services, and John Langer, Director of Technical Services. So if I can't answer any question, I might pull one of them and, have them answer that question. With that, I'll get started on the updates. So the agenda is, number one, I'll provide the updates on some of the projects that we're working on, provide a little bit of update on what we're doing in the House Bill 2574, and then I'll stand for questions. The first project that I want to inform you about is we need a redesign of our website, the legislative website, which is also known as the legislative interface. One of the things that we understand is that we have to follow the DOJ's WCAG standard guideline, which is essentially accessibility guideline. So that guideline had a deadline of April 2026. And at that point, we wanted to get our website as close to accessible as possible. So 2 days after that deadline, we did actually roll out a new version of that website. And the 2 days later was actually not delayed because DOJ order has been delayed for another year. So right now we actually have a web page that we think needs some rework, but it is better than what we had before. With that, I went to LCC and asked for some funding support to actually engage an external designer to help us really solicit feedback from everybody, legislators, staff members, and even general public, and then sort of come up with some specific designs and then see which one wins, and then we go with that one. So with that, what we have done is we have sent out the surveys last week, which is still open. So every one of you should have gotten that survey. Please, if you're passionate about how the website looks like, personally, I think it needs a lot of work and we could use your input. Similarly, we have published a link for general public to be able to actually provide some feedback to us so that we understand how outside of this building, how people actually use that website. And we'll take those information, and our plan is to come up with a design and finalize that so that it is ready to roll out before next legislative session. And Before I move on to the next item, is there any question on this specific one that I can answer? All right. The next update that I want to provide is specifically on KLIS, which every one of you are very familiar with. Just a little bit of background on October 13, 2025, the Legislative Coordinating Council accepted a recommendation from the Subcommittee on Administration to delay the use of the new KLIS system that was being developed for 2026 session. Subsequently, we have had the steering committee issue stop work orders to our vendor Propylon to stop working before we can actually understand what needs to happen and why this project was being delayed. With that, when I came on board, I started looking at some of the gaps and opportunities that's possible in this project, and I presented the steering committee's recommendation to LCC in April. Since then, LCC has approved work on finishing this project with Propylon under strict guidelines. The update on that front is a new addendum was signed by LCC Chair on June 5th. And we have worked with Propylon to increase the frequency of software release testing, moving from approximately 2 to 3 months to weekly bills. And the reason I want to sort of emphasize on this, what was happening for last 3-4 years, is Propylon would go work on something for 3 months. We wouldn't know what was happening. And then they would give us a build, and then we'll find out that there are still some communication gap that hasn't been fulfilled. So they either misunderstood what we needed or didn't design the way we wanted. So we have increased that frequency of build that are being given to us. On top of that, we do daily stand-up meetings between staff members from IT and revisor's office with Propylon every day, Monday through Friday, to understand where are we on that given day in terms of the development and testing. Just recently, we have received a user acceptance testing, which is known as an UAT, to really do thorough testing on that build. I would say it would take probably about 4 more weeks before we have been able to do thorough testing on this. And at the end of that testing period, we would like to hold a mini or hold a mock session in the building so that we can actually go on the drafting piece that we have right now that we're testing end to end and really in real time, as opposed to just having different users of the system testing it at different times in different places. So we'll get 2 of the committee rooms, bring everybody in, and then go through that mock session to understand where do we stand with this project, specifically on the drafting end. With that, I'll stand for question if you have any specific questions on this project.
Any questions? Representative Hoffman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you feel pretty confident that they're going to have it ready by January?
I think it's too early to say because we still have things that they need to deliver. So I think once we get to that mock session, we'll have a much better understanding. And I would definitely bring back updates to the next month's meeting and that, the month after as I get more updates.
Sure. So is there any, in the contract, was there any clawback for them? I mean, it seems like they've just kind of slowballed it to a certain extent. And so is there any way we can get any sort of a clawback ourselves for some of the money we've spent that just seems like it's went for nothing?
So one of the things that LCC wanted is that not to spend any more money.
Okay.
Before, what was happening is for every time and material that they had spent, they would charge us for that without really providing us the results that we could have had with that amount of funding. The new addendum spells it out that whatever money is left on the funding for this project, it needs to be finished within that.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your work on this. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why we needed to hire you probably a long time ago, or a CTO a long time ago, is because of this just was floundering and without some help on the IT side. So thank you.
The next item on the update, Mr. Chairman, is hardware refresh for legislative staff members. As you would know that right now, because of the AI boom, all of a sudden the hardware price has been pretty volatile. Sometimes we would get a quote for 7 days, and if we place that order 2 weeks later, we might actually get a different quote at a very higher amount. The other thing that I have noticed is we were leasing computers for our staff members and our legislatures. In a market where the cost fluctuate this much, and also the logistics issued around leasing, I recommended to LCC that we wanted to move from a leasing option to a ownership option. And one of the biggest benefit that I can see is if the price keeps going up, we might be able to say, okay, we don't want to replace these machines in 3 years. We want to get a little more out of it, and let's get it out of, let's get a little more out for 4 years. So just to give us a little more flexibility around this fluctuation of prices, we went to an owning model. We have placed the order with Dell, and we have received almost all of the equipment that we need to start next legislative session with the new computers for our staff members. So we have the equipment on hand, and we're planning on getting those deployed probably before end of November. With that, I'll stop and see if there is a question around that hardware refresh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a suggestion, I like the idea of 4 years. I like it to be consistent with the Senate terms, because it is always an event when people have to turn in their laptop in between. So if you could coordinate that for the legislators at some point, that I think could be very helpful.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think that is something that I have not thought about, but if we were to get 4 years, then at least we probably could have new members coming in, always getting the machine, and then as they're leaving, they would give those machines back. So I will definitely put that into consideration.
We're on a good cycle doing the staff in this 2 years and then do the Senate in the next 2.
we could think about that as well. Or we could just do Senate every 4 years, and then the House gets new computers every 2 years.
I think we're outnumbered on this committee.
So the next item that I want to bring to your attention is one of the things that I have noticed when I came on board is that the IT staff actually does a marvelous job overall in responding to our legislatures and also the staff members and everybody else. One of the things that I thought would be beneficial for us is that we didn't have a very good way of intaking requests in a uniform way and recording those requests, so that if it's, you're waiting on an answer for 2 hours, at least you need to know that there is some much more urgent work that's being done in those 2 hours and it's not ignored. So one of the things that we are planning on doing before the start of next legislative session is really roll in one support number, and that number is going to be 785-296-7777. And within that number, we will have an IVR that sort of guides you. Do you need help with your workstations, or is it an urgent committee meeting that's happening right now and the screen kind of, went blank? So triaging those through that IVR so that the right group of people who can actually address those issues are connecting with the requester. So that's one of the things that we're working on, and we hope to have this rolled out before the start of next session. And the goal really is to improve the response time and really understand where can we do better and where do we need to put more of our efforts to serve you better. Is there any question on this topic before I move forward?
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, on that point, I'm thinking now when I call the IT number, it's an actual person that answers the phone. So this would now be an IVR that I'm going to have to navigate. I'm just wondering, for that person who did have a laptop that crashed in the middle of a presentation, that may be more frustrating than an actual person answering.
Thank you for that question, Representative Turner. Mr. Chairman, we're not going to decrease the number of humans who are answering phone calls. The IVR is really so that we can very quickly understand whether the problem needs to go to this group of humans or that group of humans. And the only time you will actually hit that IVR is when there isn't a human available at the station. Otherwise, a human would pick up and answer that call and you wouldn't even hear the IVR. The next item I wanted to touch base on is the HB 2574 updates. We are working with the revisor's office and the LC chair and other members to understand what the composition of the new Legislative Technology Oversight Committee would be, what that logistic would be around that committee. So that is something that's on my mind, and we're working on it, and we'll bring some more updates as we get that finalized. But that work has started. And with that, I will stand for questions on any of the IT services matter.
Any further questions? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So when does this number kick in? There's no date on this. Is this active now? I'm sorry?
It is active and being tested. We just haven't advertised it, but because you're a special group of, legislator, I'm I'm letting the cat out of the bag.
Some more special than others, but yeah, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have our vision of post audit for the 2-year summary. Alex, thank you for being flexible.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for having me. All right, we're going to kick things off with this 2-year summary, the 2-year period, 2024 and 2025. I'll cover a little bit about our office, the audit process, and then talk to you a little bit about the cross-cutting issues, findings, causes, things like that that we were seeing across those IT security audits that were produced during that 2-year span. So state law authorizes our office to conduct IT audits as directed by our post-audit committee, and those audits are generally conducted on a 3-year cycle. However, you may recall that back in 2023, we briefly experimented with a 2-part public report where we audited a much smaller number of controls on a subset of agencies, about 15 per go. So this would be the 2nd and 3rd year of that 3-year cycle and the results from that. So this audit answers the question, do state and local entities comply with significant IT security standards and best practices? And the short answer was about half of them did and half didn't. So I'll cover some background again before explaining those findings in more detail, starting on page 4. Why does this matter? So why are we doing these audits in the first place? Under established security standards, state and local entities are required to protect the sensitive information they have against loss and theft. Kansans use state agency services and programs and depend on them, those agencies, to protect their personal information. Criminals know this and target those entities because of the data that they hold. Now, state and local entities do have to balance their business needs against security risks, but most government entities are not in the IT security business. They have those other core missions like educating children, air quality, housing inmates, things like that. So another trade-off is that implementing security controls can reduce staff speed and also limit functionality, and it takes time and resources to put these things in place. So oftentimes that security can be at odds with really getting things done. There have been several statewide initiatives aimed at improving the state's IT security as a whole, among them the creation of the Information Technology Executive Council, which dates back many moons, the 2018 Cybersecurity Act, and then both the House substitute for Senate Bill 291 that was passed in 2024. I believe there was also a bill passed last session that updated, refreshed that a little bit, and changed a few things as well. So we covered the why. Moving over to page 7, I'll go over kind of how the audit work gets done. Our IT audits involve collecting a lot of information from state and local entities about their security processes and controls. We evaluate selected processes and controls using a variety of means, including face-to-face interviews, vulnerability scans, on-site inspections, file reviews, social engineering, and so forth. Our work plan for each auditee generally consists of 50 control items across 10 control areas, and most control items come from either state statute or ITEC policies. For each control item, we award between 0 and 3 points based on the level of compliance that we observe, and then points are totaled for each control area, as well as overall, and converted to a percentage, as shown in Figure 1 on page 8. At the end of the audit, we assess overall performance for each auditee using those results and opine on root causes based on our knowledge and experience, as well as what we're seeing and hearing from the agency. So the big finding for this entire audit project is there in the middle of page 8. 7 of the 15 entities that were audited in the past 2 years did not substantively comply with applicable IT security standards and best practices. Those 7 received below a 50% score and an overall limited or very limited assurance rating. So you can see the speedometers, we have divided those into quartiles to make for easy translation. That would be kind of a red or orange quartile for colors. Figure 2 on page 9 shows the number of findings across all 15 audits. As that figure shows, a handful of areas had the most significant security weaknesses. Those areas being vulnerability remediation, continuity of operations and disaster recovery planning, as well as incident response. At most entities, we also selected and reviewed a specific IT system that holds or processes confidential data, and that's the system review area you see there in that figure. So moving to page 9, the security findings summarized in this report are similar to those in previous summary reports that we've produced. Even though our audit work varies from year to year, we consistently evaluate security areas we think are the most important and most fundamental to a basic security process. State agencies, school districts, and local entities continue to have similar security issues to those that we've identified in audits we've conducted for the past 20 years. In 2025, we did focus almost exclusively on smaller state agencies. So those entities don't always have the same volume of confidential data, but they still hold sensitive data. And they do sometimes connect with other state agencies or systems. One other fact is that about half of the entities that were audited during this 2-year period were also audited for the second time in the past decade. And while some entities improved between audits, others kind of stayed the same or had repeated findings. So the primary reasons for compliance problems really come down to 3, we think. The first being lack of proper management, attention, and oversight. Second being inadequate resources. And the third being poor contractor administration. This is at the bottom of page 10 carrying over to page 11. So top management is ultimately responsible for an entity's IT governance, risk management, and compliance. Despite this, we often found that top management had not set sufficient expectations or monitored compliance with security standards. We also found several entities lacked a strong security culture based on repeated audit findings. Inadequate staff resources within IT make it difficult to create or maintain a security baseline or retain institutional knowledge. Several entities had few or no IT security staff to carry out IT security work, even though those entities maintain sensitive data. We also noted security resources were likely insufficient for several entities given their sizes and federal compliance requirements. On the flip side, entities that invested in IT resources, including retaining experienced IT staff, generally had better security posture. Many of the 15 auditees, relied on services from another state agency, such as OITS, or from private contractors. In several cases, the entities lacked a formal MOU or service level agreement. Without such an agreement, it is difficult to know who's responsible for what and how an agency can hold its contractors accountable for its performance. We'll go over a few highlights of a few of the most common problem areas next, starting again, we're still here on page 11. So first off, most entities did not adequately scan or patch their computers to keep them secure. So over time, holes are identified in computer software that can allow an attacker to break in or harm an entity's network or steal its data. To protect against this, entities must periodically scan for those holes, known as vulnerabilities, and when found, must apply security fixes known as patches. To conduct a thorough and complete scan, scanning software needs to have keys, otherwise known as credentials, because scanning without those credentials may provide a false sense of security. It's kind of like evaluating whether or not a house has problems, but just driving by on the street. So we found that most entities did not scan for machines or scan machines for issues or only performed partial or uncredentialed scans. Many entities did not adequately patch their computers, meaning they did not apply those fixes that I spoke about earlier. And most entities we found still were using some unsupported software. So normally a software vendor will continue to issue fixes for software as problems arise. However, that becomes more and more expensive as software continues to develop and more holes are found, and eventually the vendor moves on to a different version or a different product altogether. Those products that are kind of left behind are considered unsupported. And our scans frequently found older versions of things like Microsoft or other third-party products like Adobe Acrobat. So I'm on page 12 now. The next big area is that most entities lacked adequate continuity of operations or disaster recovery plans or did not appropriately test them. So both of these types of plans really outline a strategy to maintain or to remain operational and minimize downtime when faced with a significant disruption. A business impact analysis is another planning tool that's used as a building block for disaster recovery plans because it requires entities to prioritize their IT systems based on the mission critical functions of the organization. Entities should generally be reviewing and updating these plans periodically to make sure they're fresh and current. And once plans are in place, it's important to test them to make sure they're working like you think they're working. Testing is also a way to identify holes in a plan in kind of a safe, controlled way when the house is not burning, you know. We found that most entities did not have a disaster recovery plan, and continuity of operations plans for many were not sufficiently updated. We also found that most entities had not conducted a business impact analysis, or those analyses were incomplete, and most had not tested these plans within the prior 2 calendar years to make sure that they worked. So on page 13, the next section, really just at a high level, more than half of the entities also had major significant management process weaknesses. Examples of problems that we identified in this area included issues with asset inventories, contract management, and formal designations of an information security officer. On page 14, we pointed out that more than half of the entities also had inadequate incident response plans or did not adequately test them. So those incident response plans are going to be your playbook for how to isolate, contain, and respond to or fix a security incident. And our review found that several entities either did not have plans, whereas other plans that we reviewed were inadequate. Of the 11 that did have plans or policies, 8 did not have documentation of a test or live incident that had been worked in the prior calendar year. Pages 15 through 19 outline problems in the other areas that we generally looked at, such as security awareness training, network boundary and data protection, and so forth. While the problems were not as pervasive as in the areas I just covered, they were still significant and sometimes surprising. Jumping to page 19, I did kind of, as I mentioned a bit earlier, I wanted to kind of reaffirm we did review specific information technology systems at each auditee and then review a subset of those controls. For the 12 entities at which we audited or evaluated a system, 8 of them had significant or major control weaknesses. Others had moderate issues. And some examples of the types of issues we found include poor access controls, issues with account privileges, missing change control processes, and non-existent risk assessments. We did not make any recommendations for this summary audit. And each individual entity audit received their own recommendations to fix the identified problems. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Any questions? Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Alex. Again, great work. I know you're very proficient at your job and do a wonderful job. I just, I'm just scratching my head because a lot of this is just basic blocking and tackling. Scanning and patching is very simple. Having a COOP plan is very simple. And to add on to that, we've even got a great team now, and Jeff and John and what they're doing and their resources. It just baffles me that we've got insufficient management and folks that are not adhering to, some of our basic IT standards. Yeah, I don't know what to say, or it really is troubling in my mind that half of what you're auditing here is kind of getting a failing grade, if you will. But thank you for your work and appreciate what you do.
Any further questions? Kurt. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation and the audit here. The one thing about these audits that always I find a little troublesome is the fact that large corporations or large organizations, and appears, correct me if I'm wrong, appears to be grouped up with extremely small organizations. Is Appendix A the list of audits that was done, the companies and organizations?
Yes, that is the list representative of those entities that are included in this 2-year cycle.
Okay, and I appreciate that clarification. So just for an example, on page 15, where you say only 1/3 of the entities did not provide adequate security awareness training. Well, that statistic is far more significant if we're talking the Kansas Department of Ed, and it's significant overall, Kansas Department of Ed compared to the Board of Accountancy, which is only 3 FTEs. Can you give us a gauge as far as, are we talking larger organizations here? Are we talking the small? Is it both? I mean, I'm just kind of curious about that.
We can't necessarily speak to individual agency results, but you can see we did run the gamut between fairly smaller agencies, those bottom 5 or 6 that have, are a bit smaller. State Fair and kind of below those 7 are all quite a bit smaller and a different beast as far as how to manage the challenges they face, et cetera. We came in this looking not only from a global perspective in terms of the risk, but just a reminder, in 2025, we were asked to kind of take a look at some of these smaller entities, since we spend a lot of our time focusing on the bigger ones, ones with giant treasure troves of data, but sometimes forget that these other smaller entities also still have data. But they're probably almost never looked at, just because the whole materiality aspect of things, they're never gonna cause a ripple in the pond. I guess if something at our Board of Veterinary Examiners, it's gonna be a breach there would be significant for them, but maybe not for the state.
Yeah, and no way am I disqualifying your report or the methodology that you use or the charge that was given. It does, when we use open-ended statistics like that, it is important to qualify that in the basis of, as I just mentioned, we are talking a large organization does not provide security training. And again, security awareness training needs to happen whether it's small or large, but it does qualify or quantify the problem a little bit more specifically. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you had said that there's no recommendations in this summary, that the recommendations went to the individual entities.
That's correct.
Correction. So remind me then, what is that path? So you make those recommendations. Is there a follow-up to see that they do? They have to give you written response, right?
Right, for the audits, yes, entities provide a written response to those findings. Sometimes those responses include a plan of action, sometimes they don't. But we generally, the year following the audit, will come back to them and ask kind of what progress has been made on those findings. Those usually come out in the late summer, early fall as far as that follow-up report. I believe the next one is scheduled for our October LPAC meeting for the agencies that were audited in 2025.
And then is there an escalation, or how high up do these things, how high up is an awareness made in the organizations, depending on where this agency falls? I mean, we've got a couple of folks in the room. Are they aware of these, even if they happen way down the stream and they're part of the government?
We do, part of the distribution process, we do make sure that top management is given kind of a copy of these reports, or at least made aware that we have given a copy of these reports, the finalized report, to agency IT leadership. Obviously, at smaller agencies, you're not going to have that distinction, but if I took the Department of Education, for example, we send as part of the final transmittal, we send them a notice saying, hey, we finished, we finalized this report. We've sent it to your CIO. You can ask them questions, et cetera. But we let them know that the report is there and that they have ownership of it. Occasionally, we'll get a request to get that report directly, in which case we'll send them a direct copy. But generally, leadership of the organization is at the very least made aware of the report, if not given a copy themselves.
Hey, Representative Turner, that's one of the things that I do when we get our reports on these individual audits, what we hearing today. Is I look at the back of the recommendations and look for the ones that they didn't agree with or that they didn't want to fix, and they list the reasons why. It's pretty interesting. A little scary at times, but it is interesting. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to let you know that on the audit that we requested that we had be presented to post audit to get done for this year, I dropped the ball on that. Katrin Osterhaus did notify me a couple weeks ahead of time, and we hadn't made a request, and she had a request in for an audit. She offered to modify it to fit some of our other pieces in it. I looked at that audit. It looked like it was drafted out of questions that we're asking this committee. Make sure that it came out. I really liked it. I want to make sure it went through. We voted on it and post audit. It passed unanimously when there was a lot of legislative requests sitting there. So I thought it was a good audit, but that's why you won't see it's a 4-month audit. That one we requested be made is when Kyle was chair, and then I came back, and in transition I dropped the ball. Apologize, but we do have a good audit coming. Just wanted to say that. And thank you, Katrin, for your help. Next up, we have IT security audit on peace officer standards and training. Aaron, how much time do you think you'll need for this?
I believe 20 minutes. Are you going to do the executive session as a group for all 3 audits?
They
Or
had them drafted separate, so we're gonna. Let's do it all together. We're gonna redraft the motion here real quick, make a modification, do them all together.
Every time I say something, I'm wrong on this, so 45 minutes total, maybe? Oh, 4, that includes yours. I'm not counting you. 60 minutes. An hour.
There. And come back in, so that's. Representative Hoffman.
I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed or executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss an IT security audit with appropriate personnel from Kansas Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training, Kansas Real Estate Commission, Board of Veterinary Examiners, Office of Information Technology Services. Alex Gard, Principal IT Auditor, Kansas Legislative Division of Post Audit, and Katrin Osterhaus, IT Audit Manager, Kansas Legislative Division of Post Audit pursuant to KSA 75-4319B12C. Because of the discussion of such subjects in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resumes the open meeting in room 582 north of the State House at 3:25 p.m., that the discussion during the closed or executive meeting shall be limited to those subjects stated in this motion, and to record this motion if adopted as part of the permanent record of the committee.
You have a second? Seconded by Representative Curtis. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Do we need to read the list of the names of who needs to be in here for Peace Officers Association?
Mr. Chairman, you don't need to say them out loud if you don't want to. Of course, you are more than welcome to. What I will do is in that motion that I sent to Gary for the minutes, I will list everyone out. But for my notes, the only person for C Post should be Mike Brown and then Alex and Katrin.
Open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed or executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss an IT security audit with Jeff Maxim, Executive Branch Chief Information Technology Officer, John Godfrey, Executive Branch Chief Information Security Officer, Alex Gard, Principal IT Auditor, Kansas Legislative Division Post Audit, and Katrin Osterhaus, IT Audit Manager, Kansas Legislative Post Audit. Pursuant to KSA 75-4319B12C, because the discussion of such subject is an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 582 north of the State House at 5:50 PM, that the discussion during the closed or executive meeting shall be limited to those subjects stated in this motion, and to record this motion if adopted as part of the permanent record of the committee.
We have a second. Maybe we have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Committee, we're back in. There's no direct action that needs to be taken as a result of the executive session. It's now time for committee discussion. Is there anything we needed to say from today or note for our report at the end of the year?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it would be good to just make a comment on that. The committee has given some suggestions in terms of updating the reports, because I think that's a helpful thing to have done, and it says we did something during the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Bowser brought up the report, and we saw some of the results aren't where they need to be. We're still seeing a lag. About 50% of the projects were on hold, in red, or online. So if we could add to the report a fair warning to the legislature, and also a fair warning to the legislature for budgeting in the future. As we were discussing, there are several systems that are outdated, and we are going to be looking at a tsunami of request for financial assistance in those rather large systems, quite a few of them. And I think that the legislature needs to be forewarned. Maybe you want to have that in the next meeting and put that in the report. I don't know how you want to handle it, Mr. Chairman, but I am afraid from what we see coming on some of these systems.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I believe that going forward, 2457 is going to have some legislative fixes as far as if certain standards aren't set, then we can look at money being pulled in the process. So I believe if in that stayed in, I'm pretty sure, didn't it?
574.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Technology Officer, Executive Branch. Sir, I believe that was only on the cyber maturity level, not on the IT project space.
I'm mistaken. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if we would want to extend our appreciation for the Judicial Technology Oversight Committee, and then also for the opportunities that the legislature will have for testing and a mock session on CLIS. Just that shows involvement, and I think that's helpful. And I think one of the most, or the things that was most positive to me was to also thank the judicial branch for their quick action on the eviction expungement, HB 2357. And I think, I can't imagine anybody reads our minutes. If they do, that's kind of a really interesting thing to share. And they really stepped up and addressed that very quickly for our constituents.
It's always good to have something positive to report. Any further questions or comments? Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just think this was a very good meeting, and pleased to see the directions after all of these years that our security audits we're making a lot of progress. So really pleased with that. I'm wondering if in the future, if we'll have an opportunity to really talk a little bit. I know that they sent the AI policy, but to really kind of talk a little bit more about that at a future meeting, maybe after we have a chance to digest what was sent to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Senator Francisco, of course, people read our minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Carry on that, and these reports will be given to the Ways and Means Committee, which I'm sure read them thoroughly while they're busy.
May we leave the comments about who does or does not read the minutes out of the report?
Back in track. Anybody have a non-debatable motion they want to make?
Move to adjourn.
It's been moved to adjourn by Senator Francisco, seconded by Representative Hoffman. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.